Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, September 11th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. Something looks a little bit weird about this screen. I feel like it's more zoomed in than normal. It's okay, we'll just go with it. You're joining me today for a playthrough of the latest Cryptic Killers game called Murder of a Magician. We've got a bit of a history with Cryptic Killers, and let's talk about that history for a minute. We have played I believe we've played every Cryptic Killers game on this channel except for one. Maybe about 55 hours of playthroughs, and I have reviewed every Cryptic Killers game on this channel in little spoiler-free reviews, if you're curious, in a couple of different roundups. The last game we played was Murder on Mount Mortimer in November 2024, so it has been maybe 9-10 months since we last played a game. And in the course of playing all these Cryptic Killers games, I have come to view the series as one of the most reliable, consistently good cold case game series. This game I purchased, like all of the others, from Amazon. It is available on the USA Amazon site. They tend to get released in the UK first, since this is a UK-based company. For some reason, Murder of a Magician hit both at the same time, or at least relatively soon. I should thank the Patreon supporters of this channel that make it possible for me to buy games. They certainly help paying for the games and help keep this channel unbiased and unrelated, without any encumbrances from any companies. And that makes it possible for us to give our unbiased opinions of these games. So far, we haven't really hit a Cryptic Killers game that we've disliked. I mean, it seems like they're only basically 3.5s and 4.5s in the series. Maybe someone can remind me. There may be one that's a 4. But basically, that's about it. So I tend to view the harder cases, they tend to be a little bit better. But the channel is saying there's some freezing in the video, but not according to my stats that I'm looking at. So it could be just Melissa's having trouble. When in doubt, just reload the page. Maybe someone else can let me know if they're having any trouble. Derek says, quick question before you start. Are you going to do Deadbolt Mystery Society tomorrow, since you have Hunt to Killer on Saturday night? Just asking. Okay. Valley says, I played Market Hill, which I thought was really great, and I just got Maryvale Manor. Well, that's interesting. So it sounds like a bunch of people are having trouble. I can see from my stats that there are no missed frames, so it may just be YouTube. For those of you having trouble, just reload the page. All right, well, Maryvale Manor and Murder on Market Hill, and those are, to my mind, the best Cryptic Killers we've played, and maybe a close second would be Murder in Miami and Murder at Mount Mortimer. Those are all the harder ranked cases. I think my favorite is Murder at Maryvale Manor. Okay, lots of people are reporting they're having a little bit of trouble, but it's not on my end. So something is happening at YouTube. Hopefully it will fix itself. You could always watch these streams after the fact. All right, so I've talked about our history with Cryptic Killers. There is a Cryptic Killers playlist on this channel where you can watch all of the playthroughs. Now, like most of the mystery games that I play here, once you watch this, you really can't play it by yourself. These are just one-time playthroughs. So what you may want to consider if you like this kind of game is not watching this playthrough until you've had a chance to play the game yourself, and then you can come back and compare it. But for those of you who are going to stick around and join me, I certainly appreciate the help and company. Anything else to talk about before we continue? A little bit of plans. Derek was asking about what we're going to play. I have scheduled a couple of live streams. On Saturday, we're going to play the latest Hunt a Killer, which is called Game Night Gone Wrong. On Sunday, we'll have our normal 1 p.m. stream. I haven't decided yet whether we'll start a new play-by-mail case of Dear Holmes or whether we might play something else. I'm a little bit tempted to have a Sunday playthrough of Vantage, which is another game that I've been playing off and on. I think we may start playing Vantage every Monday. I'm still undecided about how I feel about it. And then we've got a couple other games. We've got a brand new Unsolved Case Files and this interesting Murder in Prague cold case game. And then in October, we're going to do our normal thing we do in October, which is play lots of spooky, sort of supernatural, creepy games. We have a couple lined up. So if that's the kind of thing you like, you may want to join me for October. And then I think maybe at the end of the month, we may play another case from New York Noir, another fan case written by Anna. Jonathan Warner was saying he may write a his case has a little bit of supernatural. We may play that in October. All right. The last thing to mention is that I don't know how you got the world can be stressful and scary for those of us who are prone to not anxiety, but just walk around with a little bit of higher level of anxiety than others. I do find some comfort in being able to spend this time with a group of people and just sort of escape from real life. So I hope, even if you're just using this channel to fall asleep, that it provides a little bit of escapism and comfort from the sometimes all too real world. All right, so if there's nothing else, if no one else wants to talk about any hobbies, projects that they're working on, then we will open up this case and see what we've got. So you'll remember that Cryptic Killers has always a little bit, there's a little internet element. It almost always has to do with figuring out an email password, and we've learned to save that for last. Another little weird thing about this particular case is how it feels very similar to Murder at Magic Mirror Casino, but obviously it's different. Okay, you can see here's the 3.5 out of 5, 3-hour estimated time. Normally we multiply by 3. That would give us a 9-hour case. If it does take us 9 hours, we'll have to split it into multiple sessions, but probably it won't. All right, let us try to remember how to play these games. It's been a while. Let's read the Cryptic Killer's basic thing. Legendary magician Elvis Boone is back for one last show before retiring. However, during the grand finale, Boone vanishes and never reappears. His body's found backstage with a bloody sword from a previous trick lying next to him. Boone had no shortage of enemies, from rival magicians to disgruntled employees, so you'll need to work your investigative magic to find out what really happened. See if we can zoom in a little bit. The evidence has been collected for you. It's your job to read through the documentation and determine who murdered Elvis Boone. Eliminate as many of the suspects as possible so we can find the killer or killers and bring them to justice. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident you'll bring the culprits to justice. Okay, so it's the normal thing about it's giving us a list of items. If there's any missing, we may be able to get digital versions. If we need a hint, we can get a hint. And then we'll go online to actually solve it. All right, so let's just get all of our items out. We do a quick scan through. All right, let's just do a quick scan. There's the contents here. We've got envelope, a little book jacket, magazine page, some floor plans, another article, a little brochure, some poster, page from a book, from social media, another magazine page, some police evidence and reports, receipt, lots of documents here. Lots of interesting looking documents, more police reports, statements, receipts, photographs, probably of our suspects, and a drawing. Okay, so lots of documents. Different groups play these games differently. Some groups rearrange the documents. I tend to go through them in order. Let's take a look at this. The Magician's Lodge. Greetings and salutations, dear detectives. October 16, 2017. The magician Elvis Boone's final performance took place on August 27, 2008 at Tanker Stadium in Santa Lucia, California. At the climax of his performance, Boone disappeared from on stage, promising to magically reappear. However, the illusion somehow failed. Shortly after, Boone was found dead backstage, run through with a sword used in a previous trick. Forensics dusted the sword for fingerprints, but given how many of the backstage crew had handled the weapon, the results came back inconclusive due to multiple prints. Regrettably, the following police investigation lacked sufficient evidence to accuse anyone of the murder, although 6 suspects were examined for their unique access to the backstage area on August 27th. Boone had previously been discharged from the exclusive Magician's Lodge in disgrace. Recently, his longtime collaborator, illusionary engineer Dillard Davis, one of those suspected in Boone's death, has requested Boone's Lodge membership be reinstated so the late great magician can officially enter the Magician's Lodge Hall of Fame. At present, it seems that Davis's request shall be denied, as Boone's repeated recklessness has shown paramount disrespect to the profession of stage magic. But we have elected to humor Davis and reinvestigate Boone's final performance to see if his untimely demise was true blue murder or simple incompetence. And that is where you come in. We have pulled a few strings to obtain some of the evidence collected during the initial police investigation, alongside some tangential material that may help you better understand the intricacies of professional magic. I fear even I don't understand why the police deemed some of this evidence consequential, but I'll leave it to you to discover its connection to the case. Scour this evidence and try to piece together the truth behind how Boone died. Your conclusion may make or break Boone's posthumous reputation. You may find it useful to browse the Magician's Lodge website, found at www.magicianslodge.com. Although most private information requires the email and password of a given magician to access. When you've solved the case, enter the name of the guilty suspect. Okay, so it's the classic thing. We're going to eventually need to get into this website. We will need an email and password of a magician to get in. My suggestion with all the Cryptic Killers game is to not try to do this until the very end, since frequently it feels like that information is hints. Okay, on the overside, we have a list of evidence. I have not yet come across a game that's missing it, so I'm not going to worry about it. All right, so here is an envelope made out to the Magician's Lodge. It's got a postmark and a stamp. California quail. It's a little hard to read. What is this here? Maybe it's not important. Shouldn't this be a date? This is California. Postmark. I'm not sure. I can't read the bottom part of that stamp. Okay, we got someone's handwriting, but we don't even know what it is. Let's see what we're looking at here. Huh. 2 sheets written in what looks like different handwriting. We've got a letter from Abigail and a letter for Dillard Davis, who we're told is the person, his longtime collaborator and suspect, wants his case reinstated. So maybe this is the letter that was requesting it being reinstated. Let's read. To the higher up at the Magician's Lodge, my name's Dillard Davis. You don't know me, because I'm too small a fish for you to notice, but I worked closely with Elvis Boone for years as his engineer. He was a great man who got dealt some really crappy luck. I get that you kicked out Elvis for breaking some of your rules, but it didn't matter to Elvis how you treated him. He loved you guys, really, really loved you, and dreamed of being in your Hall of Fame. The accident with Holly devastated him because he genuinely believes in the craft, same as you. He felt awful for breaking the rules because he believed in the rules. His show at Tanker Stadium was meant to fix everything. I heard you sometimes let ex-members back in if they show crazy awesome skills and have mastered magic. Now, I think you really care more about your social standing and want to be seen with the biggest names in magic on your members list. The reason doesn't matter, though, because Elvis absolutely crushed that show. Crushed it. Went out like a phoenix in a blaze of glory. Elvis deserves the spot at the tippy top of your Hall of Fame, and we both know it. The Tanker Stadium show proved that, but you used some flimsy excuse to brush him off. Who cares if he died? What does that change? Elvis's death was totally unrelated to the show, just like Holly's death was unrelated to Elvis's tricks. The truth is out there, and you just don't want to poke around because you'd have to admit you were wrong about Elvis. Anyway, I want you to reevaluate the Tanker Stadium show and everything about Elvis's death and all of it. Consider this a legit appeal to give Elvis his Magician's Lodge membership back even after he's dead. Then he can go in your Hall of Fame where he belongs. I'm going to attach a letter I got from his wife around the time of the Tanker Stadium thing. You see how kind Elvis was to me? And she's so nasty. Abigail Boone loved being in control of Elvis's life. After what happened before, she kept tabs on him. He was like a prisoner. She even kept his key card to the stadium, so she controlled where he went. Elvis was a real artist who just wanted to open his heart up to his audience and show them a more fantastical world. And Abigail was so opposite, so authoritarian, so petty and jealous of Elvis's artistry. Elvis doesn't deserve the gutter his reputation ended up in. Sorry if this message is kind of harsh. I'm a bit tipsy as I'm writing it, but it had to be said because clearly you can't see how important Elvis was to our profession. Here's hoping you get the stick out of your butt and reconsider. Okay, 10/10/2017. So I just want to this part. I'm going to attach a letter I got from his wife around the time of the stadium. See how kind Elvis was to me, and she's so nasty. Okay. And here's the letter from Abigail. Dillard, she says, you know, I run Elvis's finances, right? As his manager, I can see you've been borrowing from the production company to fund God knows what. I'm guessing your gambling habit. I never seen you miss a lottery draw. Elvis may be soft enough to lend you his fortune, but I have a business to run. This is unacceptable, Dillard. I know we don't see eye to eye on some things, but this debt is hurting the production company and, by extension, Elvis. For his sake, pull yourself together. I swear I keep getting stuck with the worst staff. Between you and that skank Holly back in 1998, everybody wants a piece of Elvis. Both of you focus solely on getting into his pants. But at least you stopped when you found his wallet, unlike her. And we know how that ended. Pay off the $30,000 you owe before the Tanker Stadium show ends, or I'll report you to the police. Good luck getting any sympathy from them. I understand the debt is a handshake deal, but I'll tell Elvis not to let this slide. Your best option is to just pay us back, Abigail. P.S. Enclosed is Elvis's prescription. He's getting nervous about going back on stage after so long. I need you to go pick up his diazepam, which is a like Valium type thing. Okay. So there's all this reference to some accident that happened with Holly. And the wife clearly doesn't like Holly and says Holly was trying to get with Elvis. All right. Let's see if we can get, in fact, let's jump ahead. Let's take a look at these photos and see if we can't. We've got photos, but no clear label of who's who. All right, so I guess we'll deal with that in a bit. All right. Noah Langley, Boone, The Monster Behind the Magic. I see this is a book, exposing our magician? Let's see. About the author, Noah Langley is a critically lauded investigative reporter who's proud to be collaborating once again with Boca Publishing to explore industry secrets and scandals. His past work includes the best-selling books Deceiving is Believing, The Moral Failings of Stage Magic, and 22 Ways to Catch Magicians in the Act, as well as the televised exposure of the methods behind magician eerie chimeras illusions. All right, so we have an author of a book that exposes our magician. Let's read it. Boom, The Monster Behind the Magic. A career spent in the spotlight, dazzling and amazing his audience. A ruthless climb to fame with no regard for who he used as a stepping stone. Which of these is the real story of Elvis Boone? Born in 1957 to a well-connected Hollywood family, Elvis Boone entered show business as a Nepo baby with little natural talent. But as he apprenticed at age 22 with the incomparable Pacifica Sharp, Boone's knack for deception became apparent. The first victim of his lies was the professional stage magic industry, fooled into believing Boone was a much better performer than objective critical analysis would suggest. The now infamous Liberty Theater incident in 1998 marked Boone's abrupt downfall as the careless death of his assistant saw him disgraced and exiled from the Magician's Lodge. Rumors circulated that Boone had worked the poor assistant to the bone and left her unable to safely perform the fatal trick. Others suggested Boone had seduced the vulnerable assistant and intentionally flubbed the trick when his wife discovered them, neatly disposing of the one person who could ruin his marriage. Boone's downward slide reached its end as he returned to the stage in 2008 to spin new lies to vulnerable fans. As the sword of fate snuffed out Boone mid-performance, a stunning example of karmic justice, the lies were cut short. Since then, Boone's reputation remains in the gutter where it belongs, thanks to author Noah Langley's investigative prowess and his own sleight of hand skills. He was able to slip backstage undetected and uncover Boone's secrets. This book reveals the life of a man who built his career on overblown falsehoods and exonerates the heroic journalist who finally exposed the monster Boone, really was. Delve into the dark history of Elvis Boone. Huh. Okay, well, I'm intrigued. Let's see what else we've got. I wouldn't mind reading a police report about these cases. Let's get a little bit more familiar with our guy. So here's the guy that we are trying to exonerate. Elvis Boone, Miracle Magician, a show a decade in the making, one performance only, the triumphant return. Okay, a decade in the making. So his assistant gets killed in 1998, and then in 2008, he's come back for a show. And dies during that show. All right. So it almost sounds like we've got two cases happening at the same time. It sounds like we might be investigating the original death in 1998 of Holly as well. Maybe we can exonerate him from that. Okay, here's the Magician's Lodge. They're the people that kicked him out, and we're ostensibly trying to convince them that he should come back. He should be let back in. This is their welcome booklet. What does membership mean? Privileges, access to communal practice space, workshops, archives holding California's greatest magical secrets, membership, mentorship from veteran magicians, all found in the exclusive Lodge HQ. Backing by the Lodge in any contract disputes or legal cases related to performing stage magic, street magic, or other such acts. Private email inbox for professional use, bringing prestige and legitimacy to your correspondence, the opportunity to be inducted into America's best regarded Magicians Hall of Fame, cementing your name as one of the greatest magicians to ever perform. Obligations, yearly membership dues equal to a small portion of your income earned by performing magic. Members will make themselves available as expert mentors and critics for other members, including reviewing and reporting on performances to add to the Lodge's archives. Lodge members must follow the charter and not violate any of its tenets. Wow, this is some dense documents here. Okay, here's the charter. Can't imagine this is all that relevant for us, but it may be relevant. Well, clearly you can see it's also already relevant to us figuring out someone's login email. Application for membership. Follow protocol. Applicants must fill out an official application form for review. Completed form must be accompanied by a demo reel no longer than 10 minutes and must include professional references from at least 3 colleagues or business partners. Demo reel should demonstrate expertise in both magical fundamentals and in the principles behind them, such that an applicant shows potential for developing unique tricks that positively represent the lodge. Membership regulations. Recognize talent. Lifetime lodge membership is granted to an individual upon approval of an official application by a committee of presiding members. Members can be disbarred from the lodge should they be found to violate any part of the charter. Any clause of this charter is considered severable from the whole in case of dispute. Disbarment can occur without any set notice if the offending party is proven to be in violation. Membership may be awarded posthumously to esteemed magicians, which lodge leadership agrees fulfills any and all requirements of membership. Duties and responsibilities. Serve the community. Members are expected to portray themselves publicly as members of the lodge, to promote the organization, and to accrue prestige for the lodge and its membership. Each year, members must observe the performance of another professional magician performing in California, either a member or non-member. The critic must then submit a written report to the lodge remarking on the quality of the performance and the adherence to other lodge criteria such as safety. These reports enter the lodge archive for reference by members only. Lodge dues require members to pay 3% of their professional income. Wow. Earned within the United States, and 1% of such income earned internationally. Both calculations are before state or federal income tax. Dues must be paid by the end of quarter one annually. There are big famous magician organizations like this. I wonder, do they really get percentages? All right, so already, though, we do have an interesting thing. I mean, this is sort of painting the picture of how our guy got kicked out, but is it also possible that our guy wrote a review of another magician, that caused another magician to be angry at him? I wonder. Safety and duty of care. Keep your team safe. A magician is responsible for the safety of onstage talent, including themselves, assistants, and audience volunteers. Magicians must prevent harm from befalling any of these parties during a performance. Devices and mechanisms used during rehearsals and performances must adhere to California state safety laws before they can be operated by any person or persons. Use of facilities. Dare to dream. The Santa Lucia facility is available for the use of all members. Proof of membership is required for entry. Any non-members accompanying a member are forbidden to enter. Detailing the contents of the lodge facility to non-members is strictly forbidden. Workshop spaces are available for use on weekdays only between the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. By special request, these hours may be extended if the magician using them is supervised by a member of lodge leadership. Okay, overnight accommodations are available at the facility for token rates. See reception for up-to-date rates. Magicians cannot make use of the accommodations for more than 3 consecutive days. Materials stored in the lodge archives are intended for internal use only. They may only be reviewed within the facility's reading room. Photocopies are forbidden except by special permission from a member of lodge leadership. Members are allowed free use of the lodge cafeteria. Unlimited food and beverages can be consumed free of charge. Cafeteria food should not be removed. Preservation of the spirit of stage magic. Keep magic magical. A magician vows to keep the methods by which they perform acts of magic secret and will make reasonable efforts to prevent the discovery of said methods by outside parties. Acts of violence, coercion, or death are antithetical to the spirit of magic, and magicians are bound not to commit said acts or allow such acts to occur under their supervision, particularly in relation to a performance. Security personnel should be employed to protect the stage and backstage during a performance to enforce the above provisions. Greetings and salutations, dear magicians. You stand at the brink of a new world of magic and wonder. Have you ever dreamt of hitting the big time and taking your magic act to new heights? Through membership in the Magician's Lodge, you can find the support and guidance necessary to become an unmatched magical master. Based out of Santa Lucia, California, the Magician's Lodge operates an extensive training and educational facility spanning over 23,000 square feet. Come and mingle with the best minds in magic or practice new and daring tricks you can scarcely imagine in our state-of-the-art magical workshops. As Grand Master of the Lodge, it is my honor and duty to seek out fresh talent and welcome them into the waiting arms of our professional community. If you are committed to a career as a professional magician in California, you won't get far without the Lodge. With high hopes, you'll accept our invitation of membership. Sincerely, Erasmus Faust. Okay, we've got a signature of Erasmus Faust, the leader of this lodge. My lodge, your lodge, our lodge. Oh, we've got some faces here now. Since its establishment in 1955, the Magician's Lodge is proud to sponsor and represent the best and brightest illusionists in America. We believe a sense of honor and fair play within the magic community elevates us all. Our charter reflects that, as does our staunch defense of our members in the case of any legal or artistic conflicts. Okay, there's the Magician's Lodge. Looks like a little scene out of Disney World. And here we've got some faces and names. There's Erasmus Faust, the Lodge Grandmaster. We also have Victor Sasbo, the Chief Financial Officer, and Pacifica Sharp, the Lodge Outreach Officer. Pacifica Sharp was mentioned in, I think it was this book, right? Our guy Boone apprenticed at age 22 with her. Okay. It looks like that might be her here on our suspect list. This is our writer of the book. Right. So he's one of our suspects. And this feels like this is her. The rest we don't know. All right. Nothing jumps out in that document to me. Okay, so this magazine page I can see is confirming. I gotta fix that top-down camera, why it's not zooming in. Okay, so Pacifica Sharp and Elvis Boone at their Las Vegas show circa 1986, before Sharp's retirement and Boone's scandal. Okay, so there he is apprenticing with her. So what is this magazine? It's from 2008. Let's see what this is. It's an article in a magazine called the Mazakawa. With the Lodge has been very rewarding. I feel I'm making a real contribution to the art form of stage magic. By codifying the craft more, we'll be able to help new magicians flourish without stepping on their colleagues' toes. So this is an interview with Pacifica Sharp. Interviewer says, I imagine at your age, you know pretty much every member of the Magician's Lodge by sight. I take it you mean I've done my homework. Yes, I have. Keeping track of up-and-coming stars is one of my duties with the lodge. We try to nurture budding talent here in California and across America. Any favorites that readers should keep an eye on? Grab tickets before they sell out? Harrison Starr has been doing spectacular work recently, just magnificent. And I'm quite fond of Madame Anastasia. She has a sense of style, reminds me of my own work. And stage presence, too. You were always captivating. How kind of you to say. Elvis Boone was once your protege while you were working in Vegas. You two were very close, even when he set out to headline his own shows. Are you still in contact? Boone is an utter disgrace to the entire profession of stage illusionists. Under absolutely no circumstances should that man be allowed on stage ever again. Ever. My, that's a harsh change of heart. Why do you say that? I simply cannot overstate how awful it is to cause a death using magic. Simply terrible. What's fun about magic is letting your mind be fooled to imagine you live in a more mystical world. That requires utter trust in a magician. Nobody is comfortable letting their imagination run free if a madman is at the helm. Death is the antithesis of magic. Whether Boone was malicious or just plain stupid, he'll never be welcome back in the professional community. But I hear you're going to Boone's new show, the one next month in Santa Lucia. It's either a cash grab or an ego trip. The only reason I'm going is to find out which one it is. You're not even a little curious what Boone will pull out of his hat? Pun intended. No. Though he does seem to want my approval. The man has the gall to invite me personally. Isn't that sad? Sounds like he still has a soft spot for you. I consider it tone deaf. All Boone ever thinks about is his own tricks. When we worked together, I can't tell you how many rehearsals he'd flub because he would be too busy practicing an entirely different trick and not notice he had a job to do. Pacifica Sharp is clearly still a force to be reckoned with in the world of stage magic. I'd say she has the power to make Boone disappear. Okay, so she's convinced that he caused the death of Holly in 1998. Here's a little ad for Teddy's Bar and Grill, located across from the highway from Tanker Stadium, showing live news, sports, and lottery draws. That's interesting. We remember that letter from the wife to Dillard saying you never missed a lottery draw. That feels like a little bit of a coincidence here. All right, let's keep going. Here is another one of our suspects. We know from the photographs. We don't know why she's a suspect, but this is clearly this woman here. Wonder Whitney, she's a magician. And this is a sheet from the Magician's Lodge, a biography of one of their members, or a printout from their website. Wonder Whitney. We've got her membership number, 712. Doesn't match this long number. We do have her height here, though. She's a little over 6 foot. Signature tricks. Early in her career, Wonder Whitney began with close-up magic, particularly card tricks. Performing in parks and at private events, she mastered the 2-card Monty trick, in which the audience is shown cards from a deck and asked to hold them as the trick carries on. Finale has the audience check their held cards to find they are an entirely different set of cards than expected. Later in her career, Whitney took on more ambitious tricks and moved to stage magic. Although she grew in skill, the magician went on record stating, "There are some things I won't touch. Vanishing tricks, escape tricks, Regardless, Wonder Whitney's expertise was apparent, and critics never faulted her for skipping over a few classics. We've got an email address for her and a phone number. So an email address, so we could log in. I wonder if we're going to be able to log into the website with multiple people's accounts. That would be a different little twist. If we knew her password, we could log in. Lodge history. Wonder Whitney was inducted into the Magician's Lodge in March 2000. It was well known in lodge circles that Whitney struggled with her name being associated with Elvis Boone, by virtue of her mother, who was infamously Boone's assistant before her death during a performance. Whoa. She's the daughter of the assistant Holly who died. And here she is practicing her close-up magic. Wow, that's weird and creepy. The scandal around her mother shadowed Whitney, made it difficult for her own career to blossom. This developed into a grudge against Boone as Whitney sought the secrets behind how to perform Boone's original tricks as compensation for her mother's death. Though she never received the secrets after Boone's untimely death, Whitney seemed emboldened by her rival's passing. Free of Boone's shadow, Wonder Whitney skyrocketed in popularity and became the world-renowned magician she is today. Oh, that's creepy. All right. I don't know what these numbers are. Could just be police numbers. All right, I guess we'll just go through these in order unless we have a better thing. It looks like we're getting a... Okay, here's a diagram, floor plan of the Tanker Stadium where Boone died. So there's the front of the stage where the persons are performing. Remember, we were told he disappeared and was supposed to reappear, but showed up backstage dead with a sword in him. So we can see on stage there's some trap doors where they lead backstage, dressing room, green room, and so on. Nothing useful on this yet without more information, but maybe we'll be referring to this at some point. Okay. What is this? This paper was found on Jake Malga when detained. And this is the Santa Lucia Police Department, obviously. Jake Malga. We don't know who that is yet. But one of our suspects had this item on him. And it's a folded piece of paper, almost, I wouldn't say origami. It's just a folded note. You'll find 1,000 cash enclosed. Take a walk in the crowd at 2:20 and enjoy the show. It's almost as if someone's paying someone to leave their post so they could sneak in. I see a pen here and a pen cap. We've got handwriting. We've got a couple handwriting items here that we might, if we're curious about who this is, we might try to match up handwriting. This person has very neat handwriting. Clearly, these Y's are very different from this Y. Here we have a straight line Y. These Y's are all curled up. So this clearly wasn't written by Abigail. And handwriting looks a lot neater than Dillard's, but Dillard says he's drunk. So that could explain differences. these Ys look different too. Look how asymmetric the V part of the Ys are when Dillard writes them. Like on the left, it's short, and then he's got a big long Y. Okay, so these are not from anyone's handwriting that we've seen. And we don't know the significance of that yet. All right, let's take a look at this document here. It's again from the letterhead or website of the Magician's Lodge. Here's Pacific as Sharp. We've got her membership number and a date. We probably want to start a timeline at some point. Here is in fact, let me just start a little bit of timeline notes. So August 27, 2008 is Boone's performance at the tanker. This is where he died. Okay, so here is a report on that death, on that show. To prove, okay, so Pacifica Sharp is attending to prove whether Boone's skill has progressed such that the Lodge should overlook previous mistakes for the sake of innovation in the magical community. Also to prove whether Boone's safety and security measures meet Lodge standards. 8:55 was given a security card to backstage by surly-looking security man. He had to leave cell phone in his... she had to leave her cell phone in his care to guarantee secrecy backstage. 1 merit for the following charter section. So she's basically saying that she's giving him credit and she's referencing various procedures. I guess they're not numbered here, but she's saying that's good, that they're trying to keep secrets. 9 a.m., she meets Boone in his dressing room, kept conversation as brief as possible, explained I was the Lodge's representative to judge the performance, would decide whether he should be reinstated. He reacted with childish excitement, expressed his hope his performance would be an unforgettable send-off. Perhaps he plans to return to retirement. Interesting. 9:15 a.m. Briefly looked around the backstage, seemed orderly. Although the rigging setup is rather dated, counterweights on the rigging ropes appeared too light, such that if any moorings were cut, the counterweights would not balance out the hanging set pieces. Blatant violation of basic safety measures, 1 demerit. Chatted with Noah Langley, the expose journalist hack, who claims he was invited that day by Boone as some petty challenge. Possible demerit for breach of secrecy, though Langley may be too stupid to uncover anything major. 9:38 brunch downtown. 11:45 returned to Tanker Stadium before start time at noon. Crowds had already swarmed in from all sides. Disappointed to see it was standing room only, pushed my way to a central position. Then at noon, the show began. Handful of mentalism tricks to warm up the crowd. 12:45 p.m., volunteers called on stage for a unique knife-throwing trick. Boone seemed to catch each knife in his teeth, considering how badly some volunteers threw their knives, rather impressively executed. 1:15 p.m., penetration trick using 6 individual swords inserted into box holding Boone. Simplistic methodology, but dressed up well. 1:30 p.m., card tricks using wandering cameraman in audience. Seems like filler. 2:15 p.m., long-winded monologue leading to levitation trick. 2:20 p.m., spotted security man from before walking away from backstage door to stand among the crowds. That seems like it's exactly this. Take a walk in the crowd at 2:20. So someone has paid off the security guy to disappear into the crowd. She's noticed that that's happened. And she says that's a violation. He's not watching and securing the backstage area. 2:30 p.m. Grand finale, vanishing trick, likely used a trap door, was sufficiently well disguised. 2:31 p.m. No sign of Boone, crowd growing restless. Part of the set, a banner just fell from the ceiling, causing a huge bang. Security man has finally decided to head backstage again. Have a horrible feeling in my stomach. I'm going backstage to check on Boone. 2:32 p.m. Noted down retroactively. Hurried backstage, found security man wrestling with Noah Langley in the doorway. Pushed past them, mounted stairs to lower catwalk. Immediately saw Boone's dead body. He had suffered a stab wound. Lying next to him was the bloodied sword used during previous penetration trick. Called out for help, and the security man promptly came over, dragging Langley with him. Security man called the police using his cellular, and we waited next to the body until they arrived. Spent remainder of day answering police questions. Conclusion: in spite of myself, I found Boone's mastery of the stage quite impressive. He turned simple tricks into spectacles, deftly executed his more innovative, complex tricks. However, the obvious safety and security violations, which unfortunately resulted in someone being able to attack and kill Boone himself, are a different matter entirely. In addition, Boone has clearly cut corners in regard to backstage rigging. As such, I cannot recommend restoring Boone's membership in the lodge, even posthumously, unless it is proven his death was not a result of his own negligence during the performance. Okay, but we believe now that there is foul play. Someone has paid off someone to the security man to disappear. If we could match that handwriting, we could get that person. And it was found in Jake. This was found on Jake Malga, who's probably going to be the security guard. All right. I think it's probably time for our first break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. Let's see how everyone is doing. Any early thoughts or theories here? I am definitely liking this setting, this basic story here. It feels like motives are wide open. I love the double cold case thing, and we've seen that in a bunch of cases. It's not just this cold case murder we're investigating, but possibly reopening this one from a decade earlier. Any initial theories from the chat? Initial thoughts? All right, let's see what we've got here. Incident notice. August 27. Here is our date of the death at the Tanker Stadium. Someone has written a report about something at 11:55, submitted by Jake Malga. This is the person who this was discovered on their person. Let's see. So he's submitting a report, a verbal confrontation and a physical confrontation. As the magic show was due to start, I asked all non-staff guests to leave the backstage area. Mr. Langley refused to leave, demanding to stay backstage and continue his investigation into Mr. Boone's tricks. I was forced to eject Mr. Langley myself, and his keyboard was confiscated. I wasn't injured. Mr. Langley may have received some minor bruises. No other witnesses to the incident were present, as all other guests had left the backstage area by this time. We've got another sample of handwriting from this guy, Jake Malga, who definitely seems like he's the security guard. He's got a very distinctive tall letter thing, especially his capitals are very tall. But of course, he's not writing this to himself, so that's that. And Langley is the writer, remember? So, okay. Let's see what else we have. Magic in Media by Dr. Ashton something. We've got page 56 and 57. Okay, so we've got a page from a book. What is this? From Dr. Ashton Harwell. From the angle of the magician, the term used is exposure. The practice involves dogged journalistic investigation into a magician's techniques. The secrets behind the magician's acts are then explained via TV specials, books, or talk show interviews. Ironically, much like the magical act itself, the crux of an exposure is the dramatic reveal. Many magicians have had promising careers ruined thanks to exposure by journalists. Should a magician's signature trick be revealed, their entire act might fall apart overnight. The cost required to develop new magic tricks from scratch can be extremely high. As such, only well-established magicians who have enjoyed profitable careers can survive a major exposure. Middling magicians cannot afford to take several years off work to spend on expensive research and development. Take, for instance, the case of Amy Jupiter, based out of Pennsylvania. A television program airing on the West Coast titled Busting the Bravado, the method behind the magic, featured a trick called the smoke and step in one episode, explaining how the trick operated. Jupiter, who used the smoke and step as a cornerstone of her act, was heckled on stage during a performance by audience members who had seen the televised episode and were unimpressed by seeing what they considered a now outdated trick. Jupiter ended up retiring at the early age of 30 in disgrace thanks to the exposure. Naturally, magic clubs such as the Californian Magicians Lodge are highly critical of exposure. The Magicians Lodge often pursues legal action against journalists to recoup lost profits for their members after major exposures. That said, the career of a magical expose journalist comes with inherent challenges. Compared to other topics of investigation, magicians are very secretive people and often make it very difficult for journalists to approach them. Magic is also designed to fool people, and trying to outfox a magician takes no small intelligence on the part of the journalists themselves. An example of an exposure backfiring can be found in the writer Noah Langley. For years, Langley set magician Elvis Boone in his sights, aiming to expose his tricks. Despite publishing several short articles and speaking on television about Boone's magic, Langley was only ever able to speculate on how the tricks worked. Meanwhile, ticket sales to Boone's shows skyrocketed since his magic seemed impervious even to thorough investigation. Langley was challenged by Boone to investigate his shows firsthand with exclusive behind-the-scenes access, and yet Langley was always outwitted by Boone, further strengthening their rivalry and Boone's clout. Soon the novelty wore off as it became clear Langley would never be able to expose Boone, and his journalistic career took a sharp downward turn. As mentioned in the previous chapter, the issue of exposure is closely tied to the problem of intellectual rights in magic. Typically, a magician's trade secrets are passed to their assistant or other chosen successor at their time of death. However, this process is seen as a handshake deal within the magic community. Legally, magicians have no right to their tricks as they rely on general showmanship and psychological principles which cannot be copyrighted. Individual mechanisms may be patented, but that is as far as magicians can go. Therefore, exposure is a perfectly legal act, even though it can be damaging to a magician's livelihood. Just this year in the United States, Javier Astucia filed a lawsuit against the television studio that produced Busting the Bravado to try and minimize future exposures on the grounds that magic tricks should be considered unique intellectual property. The case resulted in the 1997 Astucia versus GSB Network ruling that stated public performances had to be open to parody and critique, which would not violate their intellectual property rights, though consequential damages could still be resolved on a case-by-case basis. So I guess we're being given a little bit of a motive for the author, because the author was made a fool of by Boone and could never figure out how Boone's trick worked. But then here is this book jacket. Now notice this book jacket is from 2010. So this is after our guy died. After our magician died, this guy finally wrote his book. All right, what have we got? A printout here from a social media, fake social media account, MyFaceplace. So someone has searched on this MySpace clone for the hashtag Elvis Boone Live. And here is a post from the day of his death in the show. Sup, followers, Elvis Boone Live Grand Finale is about to kick off. Stay tuned for live updates plus a 4K video for paid subscribers. You don't want to miss the vanishing trick to end all tricks. This is by someone with goes by the name Sunglass45. Broken Record says, there's a lady here with the coolest hair I've ever seen. She's got magic accessories and everything. Holy heck, one of the banners just dropped all of a sudden at 2:31 p.m. Made a huge racket when the metal support bar hit the stage. Fingers crossed the whole stadium doesn't fall apart. So did someone purposely drop that to make a sound to disguise something? We know this may be when the murder is occurring. Here's Cowley Girl writes, why are you just standing around? Sounds dangerous. Kirsten Fierce says, saw a security guy run backstage a minute ago. Guess he'll take care of it. Maybe I'm assuming he's tough because of his tattoos. Hoping he gets things under control because the crowd is booing like crazy. I think it's going to turn out that this guy is the security guard. Magua. And that's who he sees. Okay, here's 2:35 p.m. Weird. The whole stadium is confused. Not much of a vanishing trick if Elvis Boone doesn't reappear afterward. Vibe is definitely uncomfy in the crowd right now. 2:45, Evil Ostrich writes, literally, where did Boone go? Kind of rude not to reappear and take a bow. So more timeline information. If we can't identify any of these people, it doesn't seem like it gives us that much. Doesn't seem to be shedding that much light. Okay, here is something interesting. A magazine page from the LA Entertainment News from December 1998. This is going to be about the death of his assistant, Holly. The miracle of life snuffed out by careless miracle maker. Tragedy struck yesterday at Liberty Theater as Holly Rose, assistant to the acclaimed magician Elvis Boone, passed away on stage. Unsuspecting audience members had bought tickets to witness Boone's display of magical prowess, but none suspected they'd instead be witnesses to a tragic death. During an escape trick in which Rose was trapped inside a glass box filled with water, the 35-year-old assistant failed to escape the handcuffs around her wrists and drowned. At the time, a curtain A curtain had been drawn around the box while Boone sashayed around stage, seemingly unaware of his assistant struggling mere feet away. Yikes. Rose, who had been showing signs of acute exhaustion on stage leading up to the trick, is survived by her only daughter, Whitney Rose. He, Boone, was known to run long, rigorous rehearsals that may have left Rose too exhausted to safely escape. Naturally, suspicion has fallen on Boone himself, both for his prime access to sabotage the handcuffs and for his languid approach to unveiling the trick that prevented Rose from receiving life-saving assistance. Police investigations are unwilling to point the finger at Boone just yet. The incident is still being labeled an accident, though the investigation is scrutinizing Boone for negligence, as he was known to run long, rigorous rehearsals that may have left Rose too exhausted to safely escape, regardless of any hardware failures. Liberty Theater just today announced the cancellation of Boone's planned 3-month residency, as the incident has sparked a liability battle between the theater, Boone's production company, headed by his wife Abigail Boone, a former star of the Cirque du Antonio, and several insurance companies. Abigail Boone is a former star of the Cirque du Antonio. Details to follow soon as the police investigation continues. Here's hoping justice is soon served to the malignant magician. Signed the editorial team. And there's Boone. So there is Holly, the assistant who died on stage, drowned. We're not told exactly what happened, but we are told that she might have been exhausted. And then on the back of this page, we have an ad for diazepam. Treats anxiety, insomnia, and seizures. And are we getting a little side effects here? Yes. Diazepam can cause intense drowsiness, decreased breathing, trouble with coordination. Do not mix diazepam with caffeinated beverages or side effects may intensify. Consult your family doctor before taking diazepam. So this is the second place we've heard diazepam mentioned. It was mentioned in the letter from the wife before the 2008 show. Was it before the 2008 show or before the 1998 show? Anyway, she is asking the assistant Dillard to pick up the prescription of diazepam. So is it possible that the assistant in 1998 was given diazepam and it made her drowsy, having trouble breathing and coordination? Is that what has caused the assistant to die? Did someone sneak her the diazepam? Here's a report from the Santa Lucia Police Department. It's an analysis of text messages. SMS analysis of messages sent on August 26, 2008. August 26th would have been the day before the performance where he died. Messages between Jake Malga, who we think is the security guard here, and Caden Malga, which would be a relation, brother, father, son. Cousin says, come on, how bad can it be? Jake says, I get paid half what I should be, plus the work is dull as heck. We got electronic security running. I'm doing less work than the door. His cousin says, well, just leave then, LOL. Or take your paycheck and dip afterwards. Jake says, already told you, crappy contract has me stuck with Boone. I just got an offer for a 2-year contract from another magician, but this non-competition clause means I can't work security for any magic shows for the next year or I get hit with crazy huge fines. He says, Mr. Magic and his wife are stone cold negotiators. Cousin says, sounds like you need an act of God to get free. Okay, so here is our motive for the security guard to want our magician dead so he can get out of his contract. All right, so we just got motive for him. Let's see, what do we got here? It's a letterhead from the Magician's Lodge. To whom it may concern, this is December 7, 1998. So this is the year the assistant died. Do we have an exact date? Yes, we do, in fact. Tragedy struck yesterday at Liberty Theater, and this was written on December 5th. So what we think is December 4, 1998, Holly drowns. All right. So a couple days later, this is written. To whom it may concern, member Elvis Boone's actions on December 4th, yes, are in direct violation of Lodge Charter sections. Formal disbarment from the Lodge is hereby enacted, as endorsed by Grandmaster Erasmus Faust. The death of member Holly Rose during Boone's act is regrettably noted by the Lodge. We have elected to accept some expenses for the care and education of Rose's daughter, Whitney Rose, as a tribute to the late magician. By failing his duty of care, Boone has violated the Lodge Charter. However, Lodge associates in the police have informed us that since decisive evidence cannot be found, Boone cannot be charged as responsible for Holly's death. As such, we have ruled that Boone is not permanently blacklisted from the Lodge and may appeal his disbarment at a later date. As of January 1, Elvis Boone is stripped of membership and all privileges associated with the Magician's Lodge. And then lots of just smudging. Doesn't seem to be important. Okay, now the police have made a copy of this letter, which was found among Pacifica Sharp's personal mail during the investigation. Okay, so this is a letter sent by Wonder Whitney Rose, the magician. She's writing, Dear Mrs. Sharp, I hope this letter finds you well. Your assistant told me you despise emails, so I thought you'd appreciate something handwritten instead. I'm not sure if you've been keeping up with my career at all. After all, why would you pay any attention to a small-timer like me? But now I'm looking to change that and would love your guidance. For my whole life, magic has been all I care about. Joining the Lodge was the happiest day of my life, yet my career is stalling, and it drives me insane. The only thing I truly care about is getting up on stage and wowing my audience. Any advice on how to get that big break would be much appreciated. I've heard original tricks are the key. I found I don't have the knack for research and development. In that same vein, I'd appreciate it if you would share Elvis Boone's contact info with me. I decided the time has come to talk with him after all these years. The man owes me. It would be a big weight off my chest to confront him face to face. Big thanks in advance for your help. Regards, Wonder Whitney Rose. P.S. Thanks again for getting the IT team to reset my password. I ended up going with something super simple from my earliest signature trick. Won't forget that one in a hurry. Okay, so now we have our clue about her login. And remember this, where she wants to get in touch with Boone. We're told that she went and tried to steal his trick. but this is more important. So the login for Wonder Whitney, we have her email. So it's going to be her account that we can log in, that we're going to be able to log in for sure, at least one of. We've got her email here. We have her email. And then we're told that it's been reset to her earliest signature trick. Is her password. And let's see. She mastered the 2-card Monty trick. That's how she began close-up magic. So it looks like that's going to be her password. The 2-card Monty. Or some version of that phrase. Whitney sought the secrets behind how to perform his tricks. She never received the secrets because he died, so she says. All right, so probably we have enough to log into her email at the lodge. Okay. Looks like here's a lottery draw. Remember, we're told Dillard is the one that never misses a lottery. Thursday, August 21st. A $3 draw. $30,000 is the jackpot, which is coincidentally the amount of money he owes. There's a website. I guess if we're keeping a little to-do list, feels like we might be able to visit that website. And the Magician Lodge website. Not sure why else this is important for us, although I suppose if someone picks numbers, they could be revealing something. Bills and Thrills, is that the place where this was purchased? We do have the name of some bar across the way. I forget what document that was, but maybe we'll check that. I'm not sure why that's relevant though. Okay, here is the 2-card Monty. Original notes from Wonder Whitney as she developed her signature trick, sold at auction and obtained by the Magician's Lodge. Interesting. So it's possible that the password that Whitney's using is not the name of it. I ended up going with something super simple from my earliest signature trick. So it may be that her password is something on this sheet here, if it's not called 2-card Monty. Deck the cards face down according to the date mom died. Ah, there we go. That's going to be her password. That's MMYY, bottom to top. MMYY. Okay, and we know that the mother died 1298. Month, year. 1298. I think that means that that's likely the password. Although no day of the month, no day, that's a little weird, but all right. Anyway, so how does this work? Stack the cards face down according to the date mom died. MMYY, bottom to top. Form a card deck. Not even sure what that means. This little trick is my take on the classic 2-card money. It means a lot to me because it's all about my mom. She used to call me her ace because I'm her #1 fan. That's why we use these 4 cards. They spell out the month and year of her last performance. Make sure you're paying attention. So does it mean like there's a 1, a 2, a 9, and an 8? Why do I say 98? Oh yeah, 1998. So does that mean a 1, a 2, a 9, and an 8? All right, so let's see. You stack those. Step 2, lift off the top 2 cards, which should be a 1 and a 2. Taking care to make it look like I've just lifted off the top card. Flip the 2 cards, still making them look like 1 card. Let the audience see the face of card 2. Fine. Then you put both cards on the deck face down. Take the top card and place it face down on the table in front of you. When they tell you they know which card it is, flip the card on the table and see their surprised reactions. Okay, fine. 2 cards. Now, narration. Now, my mom was a magician too, and when your mom's a magician, you learn that nothing is ever as it seems. Let's take a look at the top card here. See the top card? Okay, now remember that card as I put it on the table. You know what that card is, right? You sure? This is her. This is what she says to the audience as she's running this trick. She says, I show you the top card. Take a look. Remember, as I put on the table. Look at the amount of work they did to make this little piece of evidence. Step 3, take the bottom 2 cards from the bottom of the deck, making them look like 1 card. Flip the cards, let the audience see the card face up, which is the 8 from the 98. So you show them the 8, making it look like you've got 1 card in your hand, but you've got 2. Then you put both cards face down on the top of the deck, and you take the top card, put it face down. The audience thinks it's an 8 that you've put face down. Again, they'll be sure they know what card it is. They'll think it's an 8, but you flip it over and they're wrong again. Not what you expected. Magic is funny like that. Nothing's ever certain. Let me run it for you again with the bottom card this time. Now pay attention. You see this card here? Memorize this card. Let's put it down on the table again next to the last one. Remember what happened last time. Looked like it happened again. That's the problem with magic. It's easy to lose track of things. Step 4, take the top card from the deck, put it face up on the table to the right of the previous card. The last card on the deck, put it face up next to the right of the previous card. Read the order of the cards from left to right, revealing the final sequence. Not to worry though, because the truth is nothing is ever truly lost. It always shows up. Eventually, that's why this trick is special to me. My mom may be gone, but her greatest magic trick still lives on. Okay, well, that's a convoluted thing, but it's just a way of revealing 1298. All right. I like Whitney's handwriting for the note to the security guard. I also noticed the note from Whitney is a photocopy and it has folds. That's an interesting point. I'm not sure why that's relevant, but handwriting is certainly interesting idea. Can we match the handwriting? Let's see. Does anything jump out as noticeable in the handwriting. I mean, the A's look pretty stereotyped. A dollar sign is in the upper left. It looks like the A, it's mostly, look how it's mostly printed, but it looks like she always connects the A to the next word, like the A-L, A-N. Do these A's look the same? Look, here's the A connected to the R. Yeah, that looks pretty similar. Here's the A. Look, all these letters are disconnected, but the A is always connected to the next letter. Boy, that looks pretty similar. How about this Y? That's a very stereotyped Y. It's above the baseline. But then here's so uppercase Y is written as a lowercase y. Look at how the uppercase Y here looks like a tall lowercase y. It's not like you would normally write an uppercase Y. Do you have any examples of a sentence starting with a Y here where we could match that? Here, look. Look. Here's her uppercase Y starting a sentence. Look how unusual it is. It's not the normal, like normal you would write an uppercase Y as a symmetrical thing, but look at how this person writes the Y. Uppercase Y is a tall, lowercase looking Y, which is exactly what she's doing here. I think that really does implicate her. And then the chat goes further. Corsican says, and Jamie says, look at the lowercase l with the little hooks on the bottom. So he's talking about these little hooks to the right when these lowercase l's. There's an L with a little hook to the right. And here's the walk, the little hook to the right. And if we look here, let's see if we can get an example. There's a little hooked L, the little lowercase l. Here it is hooked on the emails as well. Yeah, I think with quite high confidence, it seems like Little Wonder Whitney may be to blame. Maybe she's getting revenge for the death of her mother. And we are going to have access to her email account, so maybe we will discover something that implicates her. All right. So we've got our prime suspect now, Whitney. Whitney Wonder. Getting revenge for her mother's death. Probably not even going to turn out to be Boone's fault about her mother, Holly. All right, what have we got here? This looks like it's a photo of a safety warning on the wall at Tanker Stadium. Safety notice, ignore at your own risk. Important notice for all stage crew. We need the catwalks kept clear, people. By the time the vanishing trick starts, it's too late to move anything out of the way. Last rehearsal, Elvis nearly broke his skull, tripping over props some joker left lying around. We've all seen the backstage area. We know how bad visibility is. I've moved the crate of swords next to the catwalk stairs to avoid this problem going forward. To reiterate in writing so everyone can be reminded whenever they walk by the catwalk, here's how the vanishing trick will go down. Let's get that blueprint out. Okay, here's our blueprint. So you can see he's going to get in a trap door and go to which exits to the catwalks. All right, here we go. Elvis does a flick of his wrist, a smoke explosion engulfs him, and he vanishes, exiting through the trapdoor leading to the stage right. Catwalk doorway. Stage right, catwalk doorway. Okay, so he's going to drop down this trap door with smoke. He's going to come out at the stage right catwalk doorway. He books it down the catwalk at top speed. No obstacles can be in the way or the timing falls to pieces. He enters the stage left catwalk doorway, emerging through the second trapdoor where he reappears. All right, so very clear. He drops down here. He runs out. He gets in stage right behind the stage. He runs down. And he comes through here and emerges from this, reappears over here. Does he have to go this way? I guess he has to go this way. All right, let's keep reading here. He books it down the catwalk at top speed. Enters stage left doorway. Reminders: maintain clear access to emergency exits. Ensure stage left and stage right doors are always clear. Electrical cables taped down. Counterweights are set to exceed the weight of the set, dressing, and rigging to maintain proper lift. Do not apply or release loads suddenly. Rapid lift or descent will result. The observer who came in, the woman, said that these weren't set properly, but this seems to suggest that they should have been. They should exceed the weight, and her report said that they didn't. She says, the rigging is set up rather dated. Counterweights appear to be too light. They would not balance out the set pieces, but here it sounds like they should have been. No food or drink. Clean up any water spills. Report loose floor panels. No flames. Fog machine. Special effects. First aid kit. Located stage left and in the green room. Send them to Dillard Davis. That's our guy, Dillard Davis, again. All right. Here's a letter from the publishing company of that writer. I, Charles Wright, editor-in-chief of Boca Publishing Guerrilla Journalism, voluntarily writing this affidavit in response to the ongoing police investigation into the death of Elvis Boone. Our publishing house has been notified by police that a former employee of ours is a suspect in this investigation, Noah Langley. I would stress the word former, as Langley's contract with Boca Publishing ended not long ago on August 19. Langley was a drain on our budget, as despite being assigned new projects to research, he hyperfixated on exposing Elvis Boone's magic tricks to the exclusion of all other work. Having produced nothing worth publishing for the last 8 months while on payroll, Langley's contract was severed, though we expressed to him Boca Publishing was willing to work together again should he write new material. As such, we at Boca Publishing feel we cannot attest to Langley's character or state of mind after we parted ways. What he did afterwards in regards to his crusade against Boone is none of our concern. We would appreciate not being associated with Langley. And they've signed this affidavit on September 1st, a little while after the death. Okay, so I guess more motive for this writer. And we're told that he's obsessed. All right, here's another sheet here from the Tanker Stadium. Elvis Boone Show, 827. This show operates under the official charter of the Magician's Lodge. In accordance, non-essential personnel, including lighting and audio technicians, stagehands, and service staff employed by Tanker Stadium, are not allowed beyond this point into the backstage area. Utmost privacy is required to ensure the show's magic tricks are secret and secure. Authorized persons must see Jake Malga at security for a daily keycard pass. Personal cell phones will be held by security while a key card is in your possession to ensure no photographs or videos are taken in the backstage area. See security end of day to pick up your phone. Okay, and then we got from Pacifica's statement that they were doing that. All right. Whoa, I didn't see this before. We've got some cards. Oh, here are the Whitney's cards. Whitney Wonder, look at that. Here's Whitney Wonder's 4 cards. Remember, it was 1298, her mother's death. We aren't told where these came from. Okay. 2 receipts from Apollo. I think this is probably going to be 2 identical receipts, and they just mistakenly included 2 of them, is my guess here, just from looking at it. So it's a voice recorder sold a couple days before the show where he died. We've got a Visa card that purchased them. There's really only one of these here. We might want to check the contents to make sure that there wasn't supposed to be something else, and we got 2 of these instead. So a voice recorder. Someone had a pen. Is it... Do you know what I'm looking for now? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Do you think this is the voice recording pen? Like, it looks like a large pen. Any markings? Like, what is that marking there? A little triangle or something. Omnisonic voice recorder spy pen. I think this is a voice recording pen. You think that's a play button thing? I think there's a good chance that that is that pen. Someone was trying to record something, but we don't know what. Maybe I'm going to keep these with these, though. All right, not too many more pieces of evidence left for us. Here's the key code access log. Entry only, push to exit. So you don't need a key card scan to leave, but you need a key card scan to enter. All right, so remember that at 2:22, this person says, sorry, at 2:20, the deal is for the security guard to leave. And here at 2:22, someone with card 1126 has entered. So it goes up this way. Here's early morning. And we've got Pacifica's log, tells us some in and out. But the critical time appears to be one of these times at 2:22, 2:25, 2:31. So where is Pacifica's log? At 2:20, the security guard leaves, and at 2:30, he starts his trick. 2:31, no sign. The security man is finally headed backstage at 2:31. So this looks like this is probably the security guard going back in, 11:24, and here he is come in the morning. So he's arrived in the morning, and then he's rushed back in when things have gone wrong. So that's the security guard. And then 11:25, who is that? So 8:55 is when Pacifica gets her card. And she's probably 11:28. I don't know who 11:25 code is. They're coming back in at 11:25. So look, this is very suspicious. These are the two cards that 11:26 and 11:25 seem to be the cards that might be up to no good. But the weird thing is that they have been used previously at 8:12 and 8:24. That's weird. (8:24 a.m.) 8:24 a.m. So like 10 seconds separating. No, sorry, that's later. 8:12, 8:24, 8:24. And then, so I wonder if one of them is, I don't know. But these are our two entries that could be up to no good. Because the security guard was told to leave at 2:20, and here's someone coming in at 2:22, 2:25. These are our suspicious key cards. All right, well, maybe we will learn who owned those cards in a bit. Not here, though. All right, now we have a diagram that looks like stairs to the, so this is from behind the scenes. Here's the second story catwalk, the first story catwalk, cut, counterweight, murder weapon, and body. So this is maybe how, how he was found. You can see someone cut this counterweight, which caused that sign to banner to fall on stage, I think. So what, he was supposed to come out here, I guess. Someone could have cut the counterweight. It goes up, the line goes up, and the sign falls. But it's not clear why that got cut. Maybe someone was stabbing him and cut this by accident. I wonder if this gives us like exact time of death, right? Whenever this fell, which we have the social media reports. So you might imagine that the same sword that killed him is the sword that cut this line. In which case, at 2:31 p.m., holy heck, one of the banners just dropped, made a huge racket. So is that the exact time of... This is the sign drop time of stabbing. $2:31, 2:31:33. This is when the security guard comes back in. $2:31, no sign. Part of the set, a banner just fell. Security is finally head backstage. I wonder if someone has set this up to somehow kill him. I guess you wouldn't think that he... I mean, by 2:31, he was already, should have been out a long time ago, right? No sign of Boone, crowd growing restless. So he should have been well out by 2:31. 2:30 vanishing check. Okay, so it all happens within a minute. So someone has gone backstage and set something up to get him, to cause a problem. Might not have even intended to kill him, but it feels like someone has put something in the way, and maybe he was running and tripped something. Pacifica said she went backstage after the incident and discovered the body, but if she got her key card at 8:55, she can't be any of those who entered afterwards. All right, let's look at our last two physical piece of evidence, two police reports. And then maybe we'll take a break and then we'll go to the online items. So here's Jake Malga, the security guard, statement on the day of the murder. We had the normal security measures running. The backstage area is locked up by an electronic door. Every day, new temporary key cards are printed and handed out. For today's show, I issued these key cards on Mr. Boone's instructions. Oh, here we go. So this is exactly what we said. That's his, 1124. 1125 is Dillard. 1126 is Elvis himself. Okay, there's Whitney. 1127 is the wife. Security guy. Okay, 1128 is Pacifica. 1129 is Noah Langley. And then 1130 is our girl Whitney, who's our primary suspect. Everyone had to give me their phone in exchange for backstage access to maintain privacy. I placed each person's phone in a locked, fireproof box backstage. I saw Sharp go into Mr. Boone's dressing room at 9. I heard shouting from the dressing room around 11. A person said something like, "You're the reason she died. You killed her." But the voice was muffled and I don't know who was talking. Sounds like Whitney. I just focused on getting the banners hoisted up. I'm the only one who's allowed to touch those ropes. No one else is strong enough to even try it. Show started at noon. I just stood watching the security door the entire time until I decided to patrol the audience just before the grand finale. That's because Whitney paid him to leave his post. Nothing else happened until Mr. Boone's vanishing trick failed. At that point, I headed backstage to see if anything had gone wrong, along with Sharp. Pacifica Sharp. As I opened the door to the backstage area, Langley almost ran headfirst into me. I don't know how he'd gotten backstage again. I grabbed him to stop him from getting away. I heard Sharp call out she had found Mr. Boone's body on the catwalk. I rushed over with Langley in tow, then got my cell phone from the fireproof box to call the police. Just as I was about to call them, Miss Rose stuck her head out from the green room door. She'd apparently been there the whole time. A minute later, Mrs. Boone came out from the dressing room area. She saw the body and had to sit down. We kept watching over the body until officers arrived. We made sure nobody could enter or leave the backstage area until police arrived. It did occur to me that Davis might have snuck in while my back was turned, because all the show staff knew he had outstanding debts with Mr. Boone, which I figured would be swept under the rug if the boss was dead. So he's giving us a motive for Dillard. I wonder if it's going to turn out that Dillard won that lottery and so would have no motive to kill him. All right, but the wife and Whitney have been backstage the whole time. All right, here's our last item, and it's a statement by the wife, Abigail. Our day began just before 8:30 a.m. Elvis and I arrived at the stadium bright and early to prepare for the show. Dillard and Jake were already there setting things up. Dillard and I did a final round of checks while Jake kept an eye on things. Meanwhile, Elvis had a few meetings. The first was with Pacifica at 9 a.m. Elvis had invited her to attend the show as an olive branch to patch up their relationship and wanted to chat before things got too hectic. She reluctantly accepted so she could review the show on behalf of the Magician's Lodge. Next was Whitney Rose. Elvis kept their appointment secret from the other staff. Whitney had reached out herself, saying she had something important to speak to Elvis about. Even I don't know what they said to each other, but Whitney's grudge against Elvis was no secret. I saw Whitney arrive around 9:45 a.m. carrying some package wrapped in green paper. But when she went into Elvis's dressing room around 10 a.m. for their chat, she didn't have the package anymore. That's the package of money that she left for the security guard. Meanwhile, I spent my time between 9 and 10 a.m. getting everything in place. The banners on the sides of the stage had to be hoisted up. I underestimated the weight of it with the rigging bars. I lost my grip on the rope. It tore through my hands, but I managed to catch it before any damage was done. The stress of the near catastrophe rattled me. So I wished Elvis good luck and crossed the road to get something to eat and drink at a nearby cafe. That was the last time I saw him, sometime around 10 a.m. I'm superstitious about watching Elvis perform, so I always skip his shows. During the show, I stayed at the cafe reading a book, The Final Vow. Just after 2:30 p.m., I arrived back at Tanker Stadium and went backstage to help wrap up. I heard Pacifica and Jake calling out in panic. I ran over, saw Elvis splayed out on the catwalk. Jake was wrestling with Noah Langley. Apparently, he was caught running away from the scene, and Whitney was there as well. God knows where she appeared from. One of those two must have killed my husband. Both of them have always hated Elvis. I suddenly got lightheaded and had to sit down. That was where the police found me, sitting on a storage crate. So no mention of why these are in our document set, except that they're the cards from Whitney's early trick, which we know are related to her password. So we know who has what cards, or at least we know who is assigned what cards. And we're told that Whitney's key card, she comes in the morning, and that's the last it's used. But we think she may have been hiding out backstage the whole time. And so here are the two cards closest to when he was killed. But those are the cards of Elvis Boone himself. Would he really have needed a card when he's doing his disappearing act? He needed to use his key card? And then this is the card of Dillard Davis. I mean, Dillard Davis is a little bit suspicious, but he's nominated him to be put back into this Magician's Lodge. It's hard to see why he would be doing this and killing him. I suppose one of these people is going to be the wife. So I guess maybe this is probably Pacifica. And this is the wife, or vice versa. Not sure it really matters. And then who is this? Is this going to be Dillard? Not sure it really matters. Well, why don't we take our second break? When we come back here, we'll break into the email account of Whitney and see if we can catch her up to no good. I'm curious to hear your theories here. It is a little odd that we've got this spy pen and we're not sure why. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We've been through all the physical evidence. I did go and check that we weren't missing anything. And I did come across two interesting items for us to refresh our memory about. So we've got a log of the key card use, and we've got a document from the security guard telling us who owns each key card. But there are two documents that I think we may have two mentions of key cards that we may have overlooked that seem important. Let me find these. Okay, I think the first one is this one. On our original letter from Dillard, who is this person here who's trying to get our guy reinstated, he does say something. Look what he says. He says, I'm attaching the letter from Abigail. She loved being in control. She kept tabs on him. He was like a prisoner. She even kept his key card so she controlled where he went. So I think that explains this. This is Elvis's key card. We can see it got accessed here at 1422. And we were saying, wait a minute. Surely he doesn't need the key card while he's performing his disappearing act. Why is that showing up? But I think the natural thing is that this is Abigail using his key card. Now, the question is that consistent with her statement? She says, just after 2:30 p.m., I arrived and went back to wrap up. I mean, that is not quite consistent with it being used at 2:22. So I don't know how to explain that. However, yeah, that's confusing to me. That's quite confusing to me. I mean, I don't see... She sees Whitney arrive at 9:45 a.m. But we know Whitney's there the whole time. That is her 11:30 coming in at 9:45. But we're told by the security guard that when he discovers the body, Whitney is still there. She sticks her head out from the green room. She's been there the whole time. A minute later, Mrs. Boone, Abigail, came out from the dressing room. Why is Abigail coming out of the dressing room? How did she say she got into the dressing room? She stays at a cafe. She's reading a book. She goes backstage to help at 2:30. They call out. She runs out. just after 2:30 p.m. I arrived. I guess at 2:30 p.m. the security guard has rushed already in the back, but they hasn't discovered the body yet. Where is our floor plan? It's very weird that the wife entered and went to the dressing room. I mean, his body had to be down there, sitting there for a long time. There's the... Okay, it would have to be like this, right? Here's on the lower catwalk is where the body is. Could she have come in and gone to the dressing room and not seen the body? And hear the screaming and come out? A little confusing. All right, let me just show you the one other thing that I saw regarding the key cards before we get into our email. I guess it doesn't make sense for us to prematurely obsess about this until we get into the email. But the other piece I wanted to show you was the report from the security guard that he took away the security key of the author. I don't remember where I put that. Yes, here. So look at this for a second. On the date of the death of the show, around noon, he ejects Mr. Langley and took his key card. So, and then Mr. Langley's key card is not used again, so I'm not sure. Maybe that's not important. All right, let's do our online stuff. We've got two things that we want to check out. The first one is whether we can visit this website and maybe see that this guy won enough money to pay back, and that might eliminate him in terms of motive. So let's see if we can bring up this. Is this a real website? Yes, it is. It's a fake website. As of December 2008, Bills and Thrills officially ceased all lottery operations. Can't claim anything. We've disabled stuff, but we've kept this site online as an archive for historical records. Okay, so our ticket here. Let's see. So we're looking for August 21st. Latest winners. All right, so if we put our ticket number here in 056784 7515. Congratulations, you're a winner. You have won $100. Successfully redeemed at 2:31 p.m. So, in other words, this is an alibi for our guy. At 2:31, he was at a lotto store cashing his ticket. Nothing else is important to us on this web page. All right, so there's his alibi. Don't think we care about anything else. All right, let's try to log in to the Magical Lodge and get access to the email. That's what we really care about. And we think we know her password is going to be her mother's thing. All right, so what do we want? We want the email account. Okay, where is her information? Whitney. All right, there is the lodge's website. Okay, here we are at the Magician's Lodge. Now, where is our sheet? There's our girl. All right, we've got her email address. Wonder Whitney at missionslodge.com. And we think her password is month, year. Is that right? email. Okay, let's just make sure we don't make any mistakes here. Wonder Whitney, magicianslodge.com. All right, so I tried putting in 1298 and it didn't like that. Let's take a look at what this error is. Username or password is incorrect. Assuming I haven't spelled anything wrong with her username, then we have to do better than her password. So what does she say? She says, thanks again for getting the IT team to reset my password. I ended up going with something super simple from my earliest signature trick. Won't forget that one in a hurry. So the chat says, hey, maybe it's the order the cards were revealed. I don't find this a very pleasant little game, but all right. Sure, could be like first comes the 2, and then we're told the card 4 comes out, which is the 8. And then the 1 comes out, and then comes the 9. This is not pleasant. This is not pleasant. This is what you call a stupid design for a puzzle. It's like we figured it out. We figured out it has to be the date. Now we're supposed to... All right, how about this? What about the theory that it's an ace, not a 1? But it's just kind of stupid that we have to try these different possibilities. Ace 298. All right, well, you guys are talking about stuff that has nothing to do with what we're doing now. Now we're getting into the email. And you can already see that I'm already starting to get angry. Why am I getting angry? Because I don't want to try 50 different permutations and worry about a typo in the email. This is just really... Yeah, we haven't tried typing in the name of the thing. Two card Monty. This is so stupid. Okay, well, it doesn't want spaces or hyphens. Two card Monty. Does it want it all with no spaces? All right, I gotta remember. I have to remember my strategy for not getting furious at these terribly designed puzzles that, you know, are inexplicably terrible. And with passwords, that trick is to remind myself that if you were really trying to guess someone's password, you would expect it not to be like a puzzle experience. You would be expected to try 100 different permutations until you get the right one. So I have to tell myself this is a terribly designed puzzle, but it's a completely reasonable way to break into someone's password. So we're going to pretend that we're not playing a puzzle game, but that we're really breaking into someone's email. I ended up going with something super simple from my earliest signature trick. So it's something from her signature trick, which we have in front of us here. So we could be trying all sorts of things. Maybe we're supposed to do it 9812 and do it in reverse order. So each time I have to click on this. Or it could be that we've got the cards in front of us and the one is an ace. So maybe we're supposed to specify the ace. Ace 2, 98. We already tried that? We don't know because there's too many possibilities. Look how ridiculous this is. Look how ridiculous this is. The chat is suggesting maybe it's 28A9. None of this. This is so stupid. How do you design this? How do you think that this is a good idea? How does this possibly get into a published game? All right, let's back up and reread this. Stack the cards face down according to the date mom died. Look at what it says here. Stack them face down year, which is 1298. And then it says bottom to top. Lift off the top two cards, cards 1 and 2. Make it look like we've just lifted off the top card. So there's a 1 and a 2 here. So do we think we should be looking at this as 2-1 as the first two cards? Why on earth should we assume that that's the password? Then you put them, and then you show it, and then you put them back, then you take the top one. Okay, DJ Moneycut has a fun theory. He says, take these cards and actually use them. All right, so let's do it. Let's actually use them. So card 1, card 2, 98. Here they are in this stack. It says bottom to top, which is a nonsensical statement from my perspective, but doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's just to make life more confusing. All right, then it says take these two cards, lift them off as if you're just looking at one card and show the audience that it's a 2. So it looks like one card, you're holding a 2. And you put it back, and you take the top card and you put it face down. The audience thinks it's a 2, but it's not. It's the 1 that was in front. It's the ace that was in front of the 2. They tell you what card it is. You flip it and see their surprise reactions. Oh, you thought it was a 2. It's an ace. Okay. So you show it. You're sure. You turn it over, and it's not what they thought. This time, take the bottom two cards, making them look like one card again. Flip the cards and show the audience card 4, which is the 8. Then you put both these cards on the top of the deck. You show them it was an 8, but then you say, here's the 8, and then you think you know what it is, and you flip it. Surprise, it's a 9. Okay. So maybe this is the order that the password's going to be. Step 4, top card, put it face up on the table to the right of the previous card. Last card to the take the top card, place it face up to the right of the previous card. Take the last card face up to the right of the previous card. Okay, so I guess this is going to be the order. But why on earth would this be the order? Read the order of the cards from left to right, the final sequence. Why is it not her mother's date? But okay, I guess this is it. If this is not it, I'm going to be very angry. Ace 9 8 2. All right, maybe I didn't follow instructions. We'll do it again. It seems very stupid to me, but okay. We take the top two cards. This is the date mom died. Okay. So you think this is going to be the date? Okay. I'm not going to play this game. Top two cards, we show it's a 2. We put it down. We take this off. For prize, it's that. And we take the bottom 2 cards. We show what they are. It's an 8. Both cards face down on the top of the deck. The top card in front of you to the right, your right of the first revealed cards. You show, oh, surprise, it's a 9, not an 8. Take the top card from the deck, face up to the right of the previous card. Take the last card, face up. Read the order of cards from left to right. 1982 instead of ace 982. And then we're supposed to say, not to worry. The truth is nothing is ever truly lost. It always shows up eventually. The greatest magic trick still lives on thanks to the date on these cards. I don't get it. So we tried ace 982 and that's wrong. Do we think that now we're putting in a 1 here instead of an ace? 1982? Fuck you. I really find that unpleasant. I really find that very unpleasant. So Whitney's date of birth is 1982. All right. Let's just continue playing this game, even though I find myself really irritated with this. All right, so we've got emails starting with the oldest at the bottom. Thanks for using Scribus for your personal and commercial transcription needs. You can access your complete transcription here. We've lovingly scribbled down everything from the audio file you sent us in an easy-to-read format. Boone Santa Lucia Wave. So this was the spy pen that she did use to record something. So I suppose maybe we could listen to it, but we've got a transcript. So she used the spy pen. This is on the night of the murder. And here is the transcription. Do you know me? Not at face value, but your email introduced you. And of course, I knew your mother. Very sorry again, but now I'm excited to get to know each other better. Well, I heard plenty about you. Late nights where my mom wouldn't come home until well past midnight. All she could talk about was you. I'm a magician now, too. Oh, this is, so voice 2 is the daughter. Like mom, and no matter how good I am, all everyone wants to talk about is how you killed my mom. Boo-hoo, poor Whitney. Your mother's death was tragic. Even now, I don't know what really happened. That's a lie, and you know it. Or did you forget I was there that night? Ah, well, now that you mention it. Figures. You and your wife treated me like set dressing. Mrs. Boone actually had me doing coffee runs that night to try and caffeinate Mom in the hopes it would wake her up, as if I was her serving girl. fat lot of help the coffee turned out to be. My mom was so exhausted from all that you put her through, she couldn't even keep her eyes open long enough to call for help. What? Your mother always told me she was fine with late nights. We often had our best ideas for new tricks after sunset. She didn't want to let you down. My mom believed you could do great things, and don't forget she was a young woman, a young mom who couldn't tell her boss no, because if she lost her job, her daughter would get tossed into foster care. And I don't think I don't know that you used that power dynamic to come onto her too. You're sick. It wasn't like that. We were collaborators. Liar, you killed her. Why? Answer me. I'm so sorry I let you and your mother down. Look into my eyes. You can see I'm not lying. Now hear me say I never meant to kill your mother. I'm still guilty of total negligence. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I want to make it up to you. Let me show you the secrets of my magic tricks so you can perform them. I'm glad you've gone into magic as well. It seems a fitting way to honor your mother's legacy, since most of my best tricks were her ideas anyway. All my tricks are recorded on video. Helps me workshop them. I will gladly send you every last video file, first-hand tutorials to perform all the tricks your mother and I developed right from the horse's mouth. Our tricks are the least I can offer you. After this performance, I'm done anyway. Done? What do you mean, done? I'm going back to retirement. I miss magic, of course, but I couldn't bear to restart my career and risk something like what happened to your mother happening again. Better I disappear into the shadows. But I want to go out with a bang. Let people remember I'm Elvis Boone, master of magic. Let the Magician's Lodge see I'm one of the greats, if they'll let me prove it. After that, I won't need my tricks any longer, so you should take them. I wanted to kill you. Huh? Mid-trick, like how my mom died. I hate you. Do you still want to kill me? I don't know. Go take a walk. If your answer is no, we can talk more after the show and write up a contract to hand off the tricks. Officially agree, I'll transfer all legal rights to perform them, and I'll record a video right now for you as a down payment so you know I'm serious. Maybe in the next few years I can do better by you and your mother. I'm sorry I treated you badly back in the day. You deserve better than being a coffee runner. Although I swear your mother didn't like coffee. I don't care about the coffee. I just want this over with. I want my own career without you in the picture. I want to know what happened to my mom. Afraid I can only help with one of those things. I'll be back about that contract. Good. Well, we'll talk soon. And if you see Abigail on your way out, tell her I'd like to chat about something. Fine. Goodbye, Boone. All right, so now maybe Whitney's not our chief suspect, but he is going to tell the wife that he's giving all his tricks to Whitney. I don't know, maybe the wife might not like that idea. All right, let's read the next email. So this is the video he promised to record for Whitney. I guess we're going to get to watch it. All right, let's watch it together.
Hey Whitney, here's one of my tricks as a show of good faith, like I promised. It's nothing fancy, but it was one that your mom always enjoyed. You know, you got me thinking about her, and I've realized a lot of things this morning that I should have put together a long time ago. All right, this king goes to the bottom and then climbs to the top. Now let's try and find some of the other kings. Sloppy. It's not the coffee jitters. I can't even have coffee anymore. I'm just nervous for the show.
Mhm.
So you put them all in like so. And here they are. See? Easy.
Mhm.
Look, I've got plenty more tricks, all on video, and they're all yours once we get that contract drafted. And about your mom, I have to make some calls after the show, but I promise you're going to get some answers soon.
All right. So what do you notice about that video? Anything? Because I see something clearly there. What do you see? Let's watch it again.
Hey, Whitney, here's one of my tricks
The
as
book
a show of
on
good
the
faith,
table is
like
the
I
one the
promised.
wife said she was reading. Absolutely right.
It's nothing fancy, but it was one that your mom always enjoyed. You know, you got me
So
thinking
it's
about
absolutely
her,
right. The
and
book
I've
on the
realized a
table.
lot of things this morning that I should have put together a long time ago.
I think he's saying that he's figuring out his wife is up to no good. So this is at 11:30. 11:30 a.m. The book is in his dressing room. And what does the wife actually say about when she was reading that book? He also says he's not allowed coffee. And he says that the wife doesn't, the assistant Holly didn't like coffee. Okay, let's just see what Abigail says here. She says Whitney arrived and Whitney was planning to kill him. So it was originally Whitney's, maybe. So Whitney did do this letter and she was going to plan to kill him, but she never did. Now let's see what she says. I spent my time getting everything in place. I think she's giving an excuse for how her hands maybe got damaged by the rope, but really this is when she was killing him. The last time I saw him was at 10. During the show, I stayed at the cafe reading a book. That was the last time I saw him at 10. I always skip his shows. And we know the show started at noon. It's hard to put that as a lie about the book, though. I mean, we know the book is in the dressing room. How do you read that? Do you read, like, it sounds like she must be lying about reading at the book. She says, I stayed at the cafe reading a book. The last I saw him is at 10. But she's not literally saying, oh, yes, she is. She's saying, I wished Elvis good luck and went to go eat at 10. So she is explicitly saying at 10, she went across to the cafe and didn't come back till 2:30. But we know that's a lie because we can see the book is in his office at 11:30. So you've caught the wife in a lie here. And then presumably the wife had access to the diazepam, and that's how she gave it to Holly to kill Holly. I'm not sure I understand completely what the significance of Holly not liking coffee is. But the wife is going, and then presumably we think he's going to have told the wife that he's giving his tricks to Whitney, and he's figured out that the wife has killed Holly, and then the wife has killed him, although we don't know the details why. They were both taking diazepam. Both Elvis and Holly were taking the diazepam for anxiety, both not drinking coffee. Yes, I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand what you're trying to say is the explanation for why it's significant. Or, yeah. All right. So let's see. The next log here is at 2:55 p.m. This would have been after the death. Hi, Whitney. Thanks for using our online instant chat service. We've included the transcript below for your records. Or I can help you with your flight. Can I ask your name? Okay, so Whitney, thanks for contacting Quail Airlines. How can I assist you? She needs to cancel her flight to Buenos Aires. So she was going to kill him and then flee the country. And now she's changing her flight. She wants to cancel it. Why? She says, nothing to do with the airline. I just thought I'd be going away, but I don't need to. She says, I'm verifying the rules. You'd like to cancel the flight. Would you want a full refund or a voucher or refund? You're happy with a refund? Hold on, there's some big commotion happening where I am. So she's decided not to kill him. And then she says, hold on, there's a commotion. And now he's dead. And then she doesn't answer. So she was canceling the flight to leave the country because she has decided not to kill him. And then while she's on the phone, he's dead. All right, that's that. And now here's the next email many months later. Hey, Whitney, buckle up, allow me to explain the subject line. You remember Langley, right? The journalist who tried to expose my illusions a while ago? The guy with the credibility of a horoscope and the charm of lumpy milk? Well, gather around, mon cher, because the gods of irony have delivered. Someone in the police force leaked a video from Langley's camera, the one he had on him when they detained him at Boone's final performance. What does our intrepid truth seeker capture during his big moment backstage? Nothing. This wizard of journalism was filming with the lens cap on. The man tried to reveal all of Boone's secrets, ended up recording the visual equivalent of elevator music. I'm trying to come up with a little title for this shadowy masterpiece. How about The Dark Side of Journalism, or A Study in Utter Uselessness? Anyway, I had to share. It seemed like every magician at the lodge has seen it. I wouldn't be surprised if it went viral. Let me know when you're in New Orleans again. I'll bring you wine and bring your best cackle. So are we going to get to hear something important?
Okay, I'm in. I'm in. I actually managed to sneak into Elvis Boone's dressing room. Guys, I cannot tell you how many years I've waited for this opportunity. There's diagrams, there's blueprints. Look at this. Oh, no. This got all of those big tricks in it. This is gonna be the highlight of my career. Look at this, guys. Look at it. I mean, I have no idea what any of it means because it looks super complex. But Look at it. It's got a method statement here. I'm going to have to... I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm just going to record every single page, and then I'll review the footage later and work out how everything works. But just look at this. Every single page of what I entered. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. What the hell was that? Is somebody out there? I don't want to get caught in here. Shoot. My bad. I just knocked over that glass. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? Something doesn't seem right. What on earth is going on out there? Okay, I've got to go. That's it. I've got to go.
All right, well, we heard like a scream very early on, and then we heard the banner fall. Sounded like our guy was stabbed early, and then the banner fell. But it also definitely gives an alibi to that guy. So... that's his alibi. Let's read this investigation follow-up, September 2017. Dear Miss Whitney, sorry I haven't been responding to your emails. Pounding the pavement, you know. I promise my hard work is paid off. I'm not just wasting your budget. I spoke to the pharmacy like you asked. It wasn't easy. I managed to get a copy of your mom's old prescription from their records. I've scanned the label and attached a copy for you to look over. Also, my old partner from the precinct calls me up as they've been uploading all their old evidence to cloud storage. He was going through the Boone case from 2008. I managed to convince him to send me copies of the original suspect list. I thought they might be of interest, so I've attached those for you as well. Hope that helps. I'll keep digging and see what I can find. So she's hired a private investigator. She's got statements here from all these people, including a scan from her mother's old prescription. I'm going to start with that. So what is this? It's from 1998. Diazepam. Take 1 tablet by mouth twice daily for anxiety. For Holly Rose. Do not take if pregnant. Avoid operating heavy machinery. An oval yellow tablet. So the mother had a diazepam prescription twice daily. All right, they both had diazepam, I guess. And now we can read these statements. They're not statements, they're just, what are they? This is the 2008 death. Jake Malga reported the crime, found next to the body, found in possession of 1,000 cash, denied knowing where it came from. Later provide written statement. Items in possession, keys, wallet, 2 security key cards, his and 1129, which is Noah Langley's that he said he confiscated. And then he's got the bribery note. Okay, and a phone. So nothing suspicious about that. Here's Pacifica Sharp. I made my way backstage following the security guy. He caught Langley trying to run away. I found his body. on the lower catwalk with a bloody sword next to him. She has keys, wallet, security key card, handwritten invitation, jewelry, heart medication, lorazepam. Okay. Here's the wife, our new top suspect. Rope burns on both palms. Remember, she comes up with an excuse for why she has those, but I think those are going to be, I think that's going to be her excuse, and she actually got these while she was doing something that killed him. She has got a wallet, car keys, and she's got security key card 1127, which is her own key card. Okay. Dillard Davis. He's drunk. He says, I arrived at the stadium just before Jake began getting everything ready. We had the stage all set up from the rehearsals. There wasn't much to do. We were done in record time. No one needed me. So I had to be at the bar for the lotto. Someone's going to ask me to do something, so I just left. Langley came around by the bar too, never liked him. Bought me a drink. Bumped into me on his way out. I guess he just couldn't handle his whiskey. Lost track of time. Show was over. I rushed back. I couldn't get in because I'd lost my key card. Huh. He'd lost his key card. His key card is 1125. And he says he lost it. I suppose we better be careful that we didn't alibi the journalist and the journalist faked that alibi. Is that possible that the journalist has faked that entire alibi? Surely not. Surely it is the wife, but the Langley guy came up, bought me a drink. He bumped into me on his way out. I guess he just couldn't handle his whiskey. So did this the journalist knows a little bit of magic, right? I think the journalist stole his key card and that's how he got back in. But I don't think that means he killed him. But I think that's him stealing a key card and getting back in. So it is important, right? Because if we look at this, we can see that Dillard's key card was used at 1425. And here Dillard is saying that he lost his key card. So someone else had his key card and came in at 1425. which would make sense that it was Noah Langley. But is that just his, that's just his way he got in. I don't think that makes him the murderer. We were alibying him because of that video, but he could have staged it, I guess. But I think maybe he just stole it to get in, but not to be involved in the murder, and the video probably still is his alibi. All right, let's see what else we got next. Here's Noah Langley. Maybe he's going to say he's got his key card. Yeah, so look, you can see items in possession is the key card. So he actually has stolen Dillard's key card. But not that he's the murderer. Whitney says, detained backstage, claimed to have been in the green room waiting to speak to Elvis Boone after the show. When detained, nothing noteworthy. She's got taxi receipt, electronics store receipt, keys, wallet, security key card, pen, deck of playing cards. Yeah, okay, so 2 more pieces of email. One is the initial findings. Let's see, this is him. As per our last email, I received your request. We do, in fact, have your mother's autopsy on file. Statute of limitations still applies to evidence from the investigation. Regrettably, this information cannot be shared with civilians, particularly as Guardian Storage is simply a holding company for the police. We have no authority ourselves to grant authorization. That said, as no small fan of yours, I didn't want to leave it at that, so I contacted the coroner's office directly. They are also not officially under the police department's umbrella, therefore may have some independent authority to release autopsy results they have conducted. Medical examiner I spoke to was hesitant, but eventually agreed to redact some information and send the rest over. Unfortunately, as you'll find, only the toxicology results have anything worth reading. I sincerely hope this can be of some use to you. Okay, so it's Holly Rose's toxicology. They found this molecule during blood testing, diagram attached. So we have the diagram in the ad here for diazepam. Here it is. And so she's got diazepam in her system. I don't know why that should be I don't know why that's important, but maybe this last line is what we care. Excessive levels of caffeine also found during testing. So she's got caffeine and diazepam, and she's got a subscription for diazepam. But she didn't like coffee. And here she is with excessive caffeine. So has the wife given her caffeine but not coffee? Is that it? Is the wife got caffeine pills? Let's just look at this last email. I'm writing to follow up on your visit to our offices. As requested, we have pulled the hospitality rider from your mother's 1999 performance series. Nova will provide useful reference for your own upcoming tour. If you plan to perform in California, reach out to our main Living Art Productions team. We'll book your performance. What is this? Okay, so let's see what we've got here. This is from December 1998 when her mother was killed. This is the tour information. This is a little hard to see. Can we do it like this? All right. Dressing room must be freshly cleaned. All on-stage talent should have private dressing room, cold, hot showers, hot and cold running water, private washrooms. Touring staff should have access to a private lounge, break room, cafeteria. All food and drink provided to production members to be served with appropriate dishware, cutlery, etc. Drinks to be served cold. The following should be provided. For Elvis, he wants water, beer, ginger ale, some Chardonnay white wine, drip coffee maker with the carafe, white roast coffee, playing cards, body spray, fresh fruit, gummy candy, submarine sandwich. Now, what does Holly want in her room? Sparkling water, freshly brewed carafe of decaf coffee, served hot, must be decaffeinated. So that's it. She likes coffee, but it must be decaf. So I guess someone swapped her coffee or accidentally brought her back coffee. Well, that's it. That's our last piece of evidence. All right, well, let's take a little bit of a break. I'm a little bit, well, let's take a break. We'll talk about it when we get back. Well, It's 1:41 a.m. here. We've been playing for almost 4 hours. 3.5 hours, I suppose. I am a little flustered by this game. Certainly when the whole password thing happened, but just in general, it feels like we know the answer, but it's so weird and convoluted, and there feels like details that I don't know how we would be expected to figure out, like, how the actual murder happened. It seems clear that the wife is lying and that Holly died because of the diazepam and caffeine, but the details of it feel very weird. The chat said, did you notice there were energy drinks in the other room? Then in Holly's room, we saw a decaf coffee, and then we're told that they sent the daughter out to get coffee. Then if you look at the description in the dialogue between Boone and Whitney, they're talking about the coffee, and he says, your mother didn't even like coffee. That's very confusing. We've got this thing that says that in the Holly's dressing room there had to be freshly brewed decaf coffee. That seems like the whole point of murdering her was to swap her decaf coffee for caffeinated coffee. But then in the transcript, we're told the mother doesn't like coffee. How does that make sense? I don't understand that. That feels very weird. Was there another website? I do not believe so. No, there was the lottery website and there was the magician website. That was it. So I'm going to open up the website to put in our answer, but I do not feel good about this case. It feels like something is not right, but I don't see how. It's not like we're most of the time with cryptic killers, there's some key piece of evidence, and once you spot it, you sort of crack the case wide open. In this case, this just feels like it's not complete. I don't know how to explain it. But let's go to the web page and see what it asks us. Maybe we can make sense of it once we get the question here. All right, who killed Elvis Boone? It's tempting when you get this far and you're sort of are we meant to hack another magician email? No, we've got no one else that we have any password that we could get in. So I think the answer here is Abigail, but let's go over why we think that. We've caught Abigail in a direct lie, we believe, about the book, even though that's not. I mean, there could be a second copy of that book, but if we assume there's no second copy, we've caught her in a direct lie. It seems to be that there's a lie about her timeline as well. And we think we have an alibi for the journalist, even though we think he did pickpocket the author's key. Sorry, we do think the author pickpocketed Dillard's key. We definitely believe that Whitney was planning to kill him but changed her mind. So basically, we're left with the wife. So I'm just going to say, I guess, that it was the wife, which is Abigail Boone. I just want to make sure I spell her name right, because this game is very unforgiving about that stuff. Abigail Boone. Do we have any, what does the audience think here? I mean, it's clearly not Whitney. It's clearly not Dillard. He's got his alibi. It's clearly not the security guard. You could guess that it's the author and say that he faked that video. But we also have what looks like, I think the other piece of evidence against Abigail is this thing, that at 2:22, Elvis Boone's key card is used, and it's only by spotting in our first letter that Abigail held on to Elvis's key card that gives us confidence that actually the wife used his key card to get in there. And I think the whole idea is that the wife knew that Elvis was sleeping with Holly and so resented her. And then when he told his wife that he's figured out that she killed Holly, then she had to kill him. I don't understand how she killed him. Somehow from those floor plans, we're supposed to figure it out, how she actually killed him. I think she lied about how she hurt her hand. Somehow she's orchestrated she's cut the weight, and somehow that's ended up killing him. All right, so we're going to say Abigail. Corsicant seems like he's agreeing with that. No one else is chiming in. Okay, let's hit submit and see what happens. Okay, well, it's just disappeared and there's a new question in front of us. All right, so here again, with much less evidence, we're going to say Abigail Boone. The whole point is that Abigail must have killed Holly to get rid of her. And that's why she's killed her husband, because he's found out. So I'm going to click submit here. How did does that mean the first two answers are correct? How did the killer escape? All right, well, let's look at our blueprint now. This feels like a trick question because the wife just comes out of the dressing room, we're told. So I don't think she did escape. She just didn't go anywhere. Or is it the green room? Where is we need the statement about, I think it's the statement from the security guy. Let's just see what he says. He says he ran into the journalist just as I was about to call him. Miss Rose stuck her head. That's Whitney from the green room. A minute later, Mrs. Boone came out from the dressing room area. She saw the body and had to sit down. So here's the dressing room. So my assumption is she's killed him and then just gone and waited in the dressing room area. But she could have come down from the second story catwalk. Let me look at what the choices are. The fire escape, the fire exit, the trap door, the counterweight system. So is that what we're supposed to believe? I guess that's it. I think that that's exactly what happened. This is the answer to this. Look what we're meant to believe. She stabbed him. She was afraid that someone was going to see her. So she grabbed onto the rope. She cut the rope. The rope pulled her up to the second floor landing, crashed in front of the stage with the banner, and then dropped her off here. And I think we're meant to believe that she was part of this acrobatic troupe. We were told in the beginning that she was part of this troupe. It was ambiguous what it was, but I think it's going to turn out she's acrobat. So she stabbed him, and then to make her escape, she's grabbed onto the rope, cut it. It's pulled her up because she's weighs so little. We're told her weight on one of those sheets, so we know it's less than 200 pounds. It pulled her up. It crashed the banner. And then she got up here onto the second floor catwalk. And then when it came time, she walked down the catwalk and came out the dressing room area. And that's why her hands are all torn up because of this. And that's why she lied about that. So the answer to how she escaped was the counterweight system. The California Chronicle, Elvis Boone's untimely end revealed. The 2008 death of magician Elvis Boone has finally been resolved after a new investigation launched by the Magicians Lodge. Boone's death occurred at the tail end of his show at Tanker Stadium in Santa Lucia, California, during which Boone failed to rematerialize halfway through the Vanishing Act finale. The Magicians Lodge approached a team of detectives to revisit the case in the hopes of patching up Boone's reputation, previously tarnished by the death of Boone's assistant Holly Rose in 1998. Analyzing police evidence collected at Tanker Stadium, along with secret materials stored in archives of the Magicians Lodge, the investigative team identified a single killer responsible for murdering both Elvis Boone and Holly Rose, Elvis's wife, Abigail Boone. New evidence obtained from Rose's daughter, Wonder Whitney Rose, led the team to conclude Abigail Boone had exploited the side effects of Holly Rose's diazepam medication by giving her caffeine just before Rose performed a dangerous escape trick. The negative combination of caffeine with the medication caused Rose to be too lethargic to escape a flooded water tank, which led to her drowning. Revenge for her affair with Elvis Boone, which Abigail had discovered. Abigail Boone managed to keep this information a secret for years until her husband realized what she had done. The team theorized that a meeting between Whitney Rose and Elvis Boone, recorded on a hidden microphone owned by Whitney, ignited new suspicions in Boone, who made the connection thanks to recently being prescribed the same medication that Holly had been taking. He then confronted his wife, who turned to murder to keep her secret safe, running Boone through with a sword before he was able to finish his show. A detailed summary of clues for each suspect. Did you find all of them? I guess we have to finish reading here, though. When questioned by the police, Abigail lied during her statement to cover her tracks, hiding the fact she had been overheard arguing with Boone. The final deductions by the investigative team revealed that Abigail Boone escaped the scene of the crime by cutting a rope holding a backstage counterweight, riding it up to a higher catwalk like an elevator, and fleeing above the heads of the unsuspecting witnesses. This theory was supported by forensic analysis, which found Boone's blood on the severed rigging rope, a detail overlooked at the time, but which proves Abigail Boone used the murder weapon to cut the rope. Police apprehended Abigail Boone at her home in Santa Lucia last night. The 59-year-old woman will face 2 murder charges in her upcoming trial, one each for Holly Rose and Elvis Boone. Thanks to an airtight case of first-hand evidence of witness testimony, the team proved to the Magician's Lodge that Elvis Boone was never responsible for Holly Rose's death. Boone has posthumously been welcomed back into the Magician's Lodge and inducted into their Hall of Fame in a ceremony taking place last week. A surprise attendee was Whitney Rose, who said Elvis's passion for his work ran roughshod over many people's lives, but nobody doubts his skills, not anymore. He deserves to be seen as an idol for up-and-coming magicians. Boone's former engineer, Dillard Davis, was also present, leaning heavily on the arm of his daughter, Diana. Davis observed the ceremony with teary eyes and was later seen speaking to the portrait of Boone used in the ceremony. When asked to comment, Diana Davis said, "Dad's ecstatic. He always blamed himself for not being with Elvis at the end. I'm sure he'd offer a big thank you to the investigative team if they were here." Okay, a detailed summary of the clues for each suspect. So this is, we're going to tell how he pickpocketed his key. He caught the sounds of the murder in the background. That's his alibi. The bribery note was from Whitney. Let's see if we can find... This is Whitney bribing the thing. All right, so let's look at the Abigail's thing, see if we missed anything here. Abigail Boone, can we do it in a way that we can read it better? Abigail Boone, Elvis's wife, business manager, came under suspicion. She had unrestricted access to the backstage area, no motive to go. Her husband immediately presented himself. The backbone was the truth of Holly Rose's death. Abigail had forced Holly to drink lots of coffee on the day she died. Holly's toxicology report shows she'd been taking her diazepam, which reacts negatively to caffeine, inducing extreme tiredness. The result was Holly's drowning, orchestrated by Abigail. Now that Boone was on the same prescription, diazepam, he realized that she shouldn't have been having coffee. Okay, and then Abigail kills her husband so he doesn't reveal the truth. Abigail left the stadium after the argument, went to a cafe to plot her next move. She did lie about the time to police to hide the fact that she and Elvis had been arguing. During the vanishing trick, she returned, used Elvis's key card, which we figured out. Since it couldn't have been Elvis, as he was on stage at the time, it must have been Abigail using his keycard, as mentioned by Dillard in his letter. She hid in the sword box, emerged to attack him with one of the swords during his sprint backstage. Upon hearing a glass smashed by Langley, who was hiding in the dressing room, Abigail used the murder weapon to slash the moorings of a nearby counterweighted rope and grabbed on, riding the rope upwards like an elevator to the catwalk above, tossing the murder weapon down next to his body. This caused the banner on stage to drop suddenly. Having escaped, Abigail ran around the upper catwalk to near the dressing rooms and descended from above. However, her own testimony conflicted with this, as she should have entered the backstage area from the main security door. When Sharp mentioned Abigail arriving at the crime scene, she could only have come from the dressing room and storage corridor via the upper catwalk. The suspect list says Abigail had rope burns on her hands, which she claimed were there from an earlier incident. She lied about this to cover up the fact that she had been arguing, and so on. She also mentioned reading a book, The Final Vow, but the book wasn't on her when taken into custody, was still in Bone's dressing room, as seen in the video. Abigail is the only suspect with motive, means, and was in place at the time of death. All right. Well, let's do our normal thing. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about this case, how it compares to our previous ones. If you've been here the whole time, I want to hear your thoughts. I think you can tell from my unenthusiastic attitude here that I wasn't thrilled, but we'll come back in 5 minutes. We'll talk about it. Okay. Murder of a magician. I think there are probably 10 or 11 cryptic killers cases. We have played them all. I think this would probably be at the very bottom for me. Maybe either my least favorite or one up. Maybe Murder of a Millionaire. I was also not a huge fan of. But it's a little hard to put my finger on why this was so unsatisfying. I really liked the setting, the setup, the sort of nature of the mystery. I liked the double cold case that we were trying to solve. But it really felt like it fell apart there in terms of the actual evidence. Let me see what the chat says. Corsican says, not a perfect case, but reasonable. The most glaring flaw is the ambiguity password. DJ Monica says, performing the trick with the cards was a fun idea. The multiple choice for the last question made it a bit too easy to figure out something which we really hadn't thought about. To be fair, most of the password frustrations happened when we were still trying the wrong answer. So to me, let me tell you let me try to be a little more specific about what's gone wrong here for me. I feel like we've got the first draft of a very good case, and then it never got its second draft. For example, this whole thing with this blueprint and diagram here, and with the banner come crashing down and figuring out that the 60-year-old wife grabbed onto this and escaped up here. It's a little cartoonish, but it's okay. It's actually kind of neat to solve a puzzle of how she escaped. If there's a puzzle that needed to be solved. But I find it totally bizarre that none of this seemed to be needed. You've got 2 dressing rooms and a storage room. She kills him with the knife, and then she just has to hide, and then she emerges from here. So why has she not just run into here? Into the storage or the dressing room? One of the dressing rooms we're told the guy is, but it's a very bizarre thing. And it's not like we're told that the moment the guy screamed and was stabbed, people walked in. It would make much more sense of a mystery if it was like a locked room, some scenario where it was like, how could anyone have killed him and not been seen, right? Like, how much better would it have made sense if, like, the only way to escape is to go out this way or go out this 2 doors, but there were people at the doors? Then you'd be like, who could have possibly killed him and not been seen? It had to be one of the people who discovered the body or something. But given the setup, there was no need for this crazy cartoon escape. And a kind of similar thing was going on with the coffee. Like, we're supposed to believe that she drowned because she had caffeine, mixed with her diazepam. And then in the transcript, the magician is like she hated coffee. And yet in the listing for the room, it said she loved decaf coffee. Like, she insisted on having decaf coffee. So already it feels like the editors, the writers of this game made some mistakes there. And then when we're told how the wife killed her, the summary says this. What does the summary say? The summary says the way the Abigail killed Holly was that Abigail forced Holly to drink lots of coffee on the day she died. Huh? What are you talking about? How do you force someone to drink coffee? If she knows she shouldn't be having diazepam with caffeinated coffee, then surely she's not going to be tricked into drinking caffeinated coffee. And how do you force her to drink coffee? And if she thinks she's drinking decaf, then she wouldn't be drinking it to stay awake. So none of that really makes any sense. And then all of the evidence exonerating people felt not all that convincing. So she said she's reading this book, and we can see there's a copy of that book in the dressing room. If there was a second, if the husband and wife were both reading the same book, then we would have jumped to the wrong conclusion. There were some subtle things that were interesting, but they were all wasted. Like the fact that the writer pickpocketed the card from the illusionist engineer was kind of cool to figure that out, but it was pointless. And that whole password thing was very frustrating as well. I just don't understand. I mean, in fairness, one of the chat people, I guess DJ, said you got to run the magic trick to reveal the numbers. And there was something cool about that. Maybe I'm being too unfair about it, but that was another case where it's like we had to worry about whether the ace was supposed to be written as a 1. And then we had to say, well, why isn't it just the month, year? And then she's running this magic trick. The answer is 1982, which is the year she's born. Then why doesn't she just say, I reset my password to the year I was born? Instead, she says, I reset my password to a detail of the first trick that I ever learned to do. And what aspect of that trick did she set her password to? Was the year of her birth. It's just a very, like, it's all very suboptimal. And we're not used to that. We're used to a much higher quality case from Cryptic Killers. And it's a little bit of a shame since the actual documents here are much more interesting. And I did very much like the fact that Whitney looks like she's the one to blame until the end. All right, well, Not a fan. Not a fan of Murder of a Magician. A slight misstep in a series that has been very sure-footed until now. All right, well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate the company and the help. So Saturday, in 2 days, we will be playing one of the new Hunter Killer games. In fact, the latest game from Hunter Killer, latest standalone game called Game Night Gone Wrong. We'll see if we get a little bit of improvement from Hunter Killer. Have the tables turned? Is Hunter Killer now making better games? We'll find out. I'll see you then.